Hello everyone. Today we are going to learn about Python. Before starting this video, just one more thing I want to tell you. About how Python works, is there any background process? After all, who created Python? From where did it originate? And there are many questions which you should already know. So let's start with the first part, and that is the origin story of Python. So before starting the origin story, I want you to know what are these programming languages. So if we talk only about language, then we humans speak many languages, like Hindi, Urdu, French, Marathi, Telugu, and through these languages we communicate with each other. And in the same way, your machines, your systems also have a language, which is called machine language. And this language is written in binary way, or you can say it can be written only in the way of zeros and ones. Now, it was very tough for us humans to talk in zeros and ones. So humans, what did they do? They invented some programming languages like C, C++, Java, Python, Kotlin. And the job of these languages is to communicate. Whatever you want to say to your system, that means you will write in English. They will convert it into binary code and feed it to your system, and the system will give you a response. So this is how programming languages work. But now, let's understand why. Where did this Python come from? Guido van Rossum, the creator of Python, embarked on a journey in the late 1980s to create a programming language that was not only easy to read, but also accessible, enjoyable, and powerful enough for professionals. He began developing Python during the Christmas holidays of 1989. Born in the Netherlands, Guido sought to create a language that combined simplicity with versatility, which appealed to a rapidly growing developer community. Python gained immense popularity and became a preferred choice among educators, researchers, and industry professionals, due to its readability and vast ecosystem of libraries. The 1990s saw Guido build an enthusiastic community around the language, eager to contribute and innovate while sharing a common vision of simplicity and effectiveness.
So, before starting Python, let us see the index page. That means what we will see in this video and the topic that I will cover. So, first is our basic setup, means how we will download the things. Okay. Then there are some basic Pythons. Okay. You can say for beginners. It is pure for beginners. Okay. If you are beginner level, then you can see this. Okay, these are all about the things I will cover in this video. Okay, then you can see the data types, data as numbers, booleans. No need to worry, I will cover all the things. I'm just giving you the overview. These are the things, that is the string, types conversion. Okay, then the input output things. Okay, this or this. After that, we will see about the operators. Okay, operators means that we use basically for maths. Okay, you will see this also in a very, you can say, very easy way. I will explain in such a way that you will get the things in most easiest way. Okay, now there are some control flow, means you can say that conditional statements. Okay, next steps, all the things we will see, and also I have included the practice questions where I will solve the question, and also I will give the homework, and also you have to do that homework at your home. Then we will cover the loop. Okay. After that, we will see about the function. Okay. After that, from this, we can say that is from the advanced version. From here, it is advanced version. We will see our data structure, means how the data is stored, manipulates. Okay. Then there is some exception handling. Means suppose you have some error, how will you handle that things? Or that we'll see the file handling. Okay. Then we'll see about the object-oriented programming. That you can say the next level of data structure. Okay, that also I will cover in this video. Okay, and one thing I want to request you that if you really want to learn the things, then please see the full video. Okay, these are all the things. So these are all about, you can say, the index. And now let's see the video. Hello everyone. Today we are going to learn about the Python. So Python basically is a programming language that helps us to communicate with the machine. Okay, so I have picked Python because Python is very easy language and easy to understand and also easy to implement. So before starting Python, let us see how we can install the Python in our system. So for that, we have to go to the Python org website. Here you can download the Python. After downloading the Python, you have to go to your environmental variables. Okay, and here you have to edit your paths. Means you have to give the virtual machine path, that is our usernames, then app data, local program files that you can see in any YouTube channel. You will get the setup video. So after setting up this, okay, just see this. Downloading the Python, then down the ideally both the same. Okay, now setting up and write the first program. So let us see how we can write the first program. So first I have created a folder. You can see this folder. Okay, so let's write it. So this is the first program that I am writing. So let's name it as a hello.py. Py is the extension of Python. Okay. So first of all, we write the hello world. That is the easy code. Let's write here hello. Good. And just run it and see whether the output is coming or not. Yeah, output is coming. That means our setup is correct. Okay. So let's see. So after the comment and variables. So before moving to the variables, let's see what the comments. So comments are something that are ignored by the Python interpreter. Okay. So what does this interpreter means? Okay. Interpreter means is that type of, you can say, compilers that used to execute the lines one by one. Okay. If you see here, Python will execute this thing first, then it will move to suppose this thing, then this thing, this thing. This is the interpreter language. And one more is the compile time, that is basically Java does. What Java does, in Java basically what's happened, if you are writing a code here, then this, then this, so Java will first see the whole code. Okay, it will not give the output if it finds any error. But Python does what? Python basically see the single line, execute, then second line execute, then third line execute. In this way, Python works. That's why Python is an interpreter language, which is very easy and also you can say error-free language. It will execute step by step that we can find the error easily. Okay, that's why Python is a interpreter language. Okay, so now let's see about the comments. What does comment mean? Thing which is not a part of a code means what? Why we write comments? So we write comments to show what things I have written. Suppose I am developing a software and I have added, suppose I am added a feature. I am writing here feature in, suppose I am writing AI. Okay, I have added the feature for AI. So in this, I will write here, suppose print. I am writing here, suppose anything we will write, just like I am writing here code with us. This means what? This will return only these things. This will ignored by the compiler of the Python because it is here comments. Comments help us to understand about the thing after that. So if you run this, this will give us, and suppose you forget to write here hashtag. So this will be trademark. Okay. So this is the comments. So I think you understand comments means what. And now if I want to write a multi-line of comment, a big comment. So is it possible to write hashtag, then this again hashtag and writing the thing? This will be very tough job for a developer to do this. So for that, what we do, we have to write this. Okay. Inverted comma, and inside that you can write anything in multi lines. Whatever thing you write, that will be ignored by the interpreter or write the code easily. If you run this, you can see the result, that is code with us. Okay, these are the things. So this is basically the comment part. Okay, now, okay, variables means what? Suppose I'm giving an example, just see it. Suppose you have a container, or you can say a water bottle. So here you will store the water. Okay. And suppose you have a box. So in box you have all your pen, pencil, eraser. So that is basically storing the things. These both things are storing the things. In the same way, variable does. Variable does what? Variable store the things. Suppose I want to store someone's name, someone's roll number, someone's marks. So for that we use the variables. So you can give any name. It is not necessary to write the name and write the name. But for our convenience, we use the name to indicate that yeah, this is the name, and we write the age to indicate yeah, this is the age. But it is not compulsory to write the things accordingly. But we used to write for our convenience so that other developer can understand the things that what we have written. Okay, so these are the things. Now there are the some data types. Okay, what does data type means? Suppose the same example I'm saying container in a water bottle. So in water bottle, do you keep your pen? Not at all. So the same way data types also. So for the storing the specific data, we have declared some, you can say data types. For numbers, we can say the integer. Float is basically for decimals, and complex, you know, that the imaginary number. Okay. Now the string. String means what? You have to store someone's name, characters. These things comes under the string. And then the boolean part. Boolean part are nothing much to say. Data type, this is basically true false. Means it will say whether the result is in true or whether the result is in false. So let's see it by practically. Suppose I'm writing here code, just remove this. And suppose I'm writing A. I'm assigning, you are seeing the red mark. Are you able to see this red mark? It is coming because A is declared as a variable, but its value is not declared yet. So I have to writing here 50. So now see red mark has 1. Now suppose I'm writing 5 as a 100 and writing C as a 200. So I am assigning the value. If whenever I am printing any of the value A, B or C, that will show the value of that. Okay. I'm writing here print A. A value is 50. So we'll get the 50 as an output. So you see here the 50 out. Okay. In the same way, if suppose I am declaring, I'm writing here name, you can write anything, but I am preferably writing the thing accessible or understandable by the other persons. Okay. While writing any code, you have to keep in mind that you can write any names, any variables, but keep in mind that while declaring anything, always think about the other person, that what other person will think about it. Okay. So just I will print it, printing the name, the result. You can see this the printing the code with this. Okay. And why I'm writing print? Because printing is for that is used to give the output to the user. Okay. Now the string and type convert. What does this mean? This means that if you see that the strings is basically for the, you can say any names or the big characters. Okay. And Unicode is basically the universal code encoding standard. Okay. It will say the code number. Suppose if you are taking example, A has a Unicode of 65, whereas this emoji has a Unicode of this. This thing you don't have to remember, just you have to see what does Unicode means. Unicode means the universal character encoding standard. Encoding means we have just converted into the code so that it is encrypted form. Only the person who is getting the things will decrypt that. Okay. Now, string indexing. Indexing means what? In from your childhood, you have seen in your book there is an index text. Okay. Where it is written that page 1 is this, page 2 has these things, page 3 has these things, page 4 has these things. These are the things. Okay. In the same way, indexing word in a Python. Okay. How does this works? So in Python, basically, whatever the string you are writing, whatever the name you are writing, everything starts with zero. Suppose I'm writing here hello. Okay. So this H will start with zero. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. If I'm accessing writing here zero, that is I'm finding the A of zero. So this will give me H. Okay. And suppose I'm giving the negative numbers. So negative numbers will consider from the back sides. Means I'm giving here -1, give me these numbers. This doesn't mean that the -1 value is 4. No. If I'm writing, suppose I'm writing here I am a boy. So here I'm giving -1. So this will give me this y. What does this mean? This means -1 basically focus from the back sides and positive number focus from the front sides. Now, the string slicing. Okay, so before starting the string slicing, let's see about the indexing part. Okay, so suppose I'm writing this code, that is name, and suppose I'm writing here I need I'm 5. So if you count here, that is 0, 1, 2, 3, then 4 is our blank and 5 is W. So let's see what's up this. So you can see the output is W. Okay, so this is the, you can say, index. Now, the string slicing. Slicing means what? Slicing means we are cutting the characters according to the we want. Okay. Then slicing means cutting out a slice from a string and is also called done using the index value. How we'll do this? We have to write the first indexing number up to which we get and in which gap. Okay. So if I'm writing here 1 to 4 from one gap, this will go from 1 to 3. Okay. Suppose I'm writing here hello. This is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm writing here from 1 to 4. So this will go from here to up to 3. Means I will get these things. Okay. So let's see this also. I have to print the inside name, putting here 1, starting from here, goes to up to 8, the gap 1. What our result will be. So if you say that our result is this ODEWL. Okay. So now type conversion means what? We are converting the one thing to the different things. So for understanding, we can write there use integer, then float, then string, then boolean part. These things I already told previously. Okay. Now see, there are more functions like just like I'm writing here a as 12. So my a is declaring as an integer because 12 is a number and numbers comes under the integer. Okay. Now I am type conversion. I'm changing its conversion to the string. Okay, I'm writing here A is equal to, we made it string A. That means what? My A is becoming the string. Okay, so now if I print this, we will get these things. We will convert to string. Okay, now let's see it. Let us comment on this. I comment it out. Now let's write here about the A is equal to 15. So it is which type? It is the integer type. Now I am converting into the string. String convert it to, okay. Now just print the A. See the results. You can see this 15. Okay, but it is converted to the string. Okay, A will be, okay. So now let's see that whether it is converted to string or not. As you can see, what you write print, and we need the type. Type of what? Type of A. So let's see. You can see here that is the class that is string. It is converted to the string. Okay. Now Type conversion has two parts, two types. That is the implicit and one is explicit. Okay. So what does this implicit means? Okay. So in this Python, automatically convert the data. Okay. We don't have to declare the things, but in other languages, you have to declare a thing. Suppose if you are writing in C++ or in Java or in C, or you can say Kotlin, whatever the language is there. Okay, you have to declare the thing that is int of a is equal to 5. Here you have to declare the a things as a int. Okay, but in Python it is not necessary to means declare the things. Okay, you just have to write the things and it will automatically detect. Yeah, if I'm writing here a is equal to 15, then Python is automatically understand that okay, so a is basically data types of 15 and 15 is a number, so a will be our integer. Okay, in this way, this works. Okay, if you see here, I'm writing a is equal to 12 and print a by 2. So this will give us 6.0. Clearly, the data types, as in dividing Python, automatically convert into the float. Okay, but what the explicit means? So you have to see the example that is in float, complex. These are the things. These things I will cover in this video or in the next part. Okay, let's see. Okay. So basically some explicit function might be understandable, but you'll be understanding later on. Okay. Now, type conversion concept. Why we need the type conversion? Okay, that is the main thing. Why we need? If we are getting the things easily, then why we need the conversion? Okay. Some important concept of type conversion are you can convert a character into integers. The basic watch the video for erased. So bool character convert the things into true and false, but which will convert it true and false, which false. Let's see it. Suppose I am giving here 0, 0.2, false, these things, all are the, let's say, explicit. Okay. All these values will be converted to true. Now, the input output, that is the most important things in any programming language, that how we are giving the input to a compiler or you can say to the system and how we get the output, because main things is that only that how we work with a system. Okay. So let's see. Suppose we are get want the output. So what output means you probably know till now how to provide the output of the code we have written, and that is the print. Okay, till now we have see about the print function that give us the output. Okay, but there is no other option to provide the result on the terminal just to use print function. Now, when providing the output, we use variables in input statement in the format. Now we will just take the input and then we will in the previous things we have just giving assigning the value as a is equal to 5 and then we do the things, but that is basically statics, means that is already defined, but now we will give the input by our own and see the output. Okay, so let's do it. How we'll do, just see it here. Just comment out these things. Okay, because right here I want the name, so I will take as a input. Okay, and inside this I will show that enter your name. Okay, and for the output we have to write only the print things, so just write that print. Okay, that is hello comma our integer name that we have declared, that is the name. Okay, this thing we can write, and one more thing that we can write, that will come to some. Okay, this thing we can write taking the input from the user and it will show the output accordingly. So let's see it. So you can see here it is asking our name. write it. Running. Yeah. So let's run it on our. So here it is written, enter your name. So suppose I'm writing here, code with us. So this will give us welcome code with us. You can see here. Okay. So now the input part, the main question is how to ask user for some information. Suppose you want something from the user and give out your result, like the thing I have done by taking the input name. Okay. So the question is that you have to see everything and then. Okay. So now the important question that I am giving you, that you have to take the number from a user and accept the age from the user and print it. So how we will do this? I'm just showing something. Suppose I'm writing here age for conveniently understanding that yeah, it is the age. The input will be in enter your age, and I will print here your age is equal to, inside this I will write here it's run it. Writing as well, I'm writing here my age is 22. Okay, it's taking the things. Okay, here I'm getting that basically it is written. Yeah, this will be input and the person will be in. Okay, let's erase this thing. Yeah, I can see enter your age is asking. So writing a age. So yeah, yes. Yeah, now that's it. Basically, I forgot about the formatting, but it's the app. If you forget this, then your code will not understand this is what. Okay. No. This is the task you have to done by yourself, but I have written the code. So you can do one more thing, taking the age and just no, taking your date of birth, DOB, date of year, and just give the age. This is your task. Just do this by yourself. What you will have to do, you have to take the year, that in which year is your date of year, and then calculate the age by subtracting from the present. Okay. Now, operator. Operator means what? Operator is just like in mathematics we do know, just like plus, minus, into, divides. That are the operators, which are performed on variables and values. So Python has various several types of operators. You can see here that is the first is our arithmetic operators. That is addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, load division, modules, exponentials. So, so just like that, if you are writing here a, b, and print a plus b, output 20. Okay. So let's see. Let's comment out this. Suppose I'm writing a is equal to 10, b is equal to 20, and c is equal to 30. And I'm writing here sum is equal to a plus b plus c. So this will sum everything, and I need the output of sum. See it. You can see here that is the 60. Okay. These are the operators. Okay. Now, assignment operator. Assignment operator means what? These are the operators assign value to a variables. Python provides compound assignments operators that perform like addition, subtraction, multiplication, etc. That is the basic operators. That is equal to. Equal to shows us that yeah, the value is assigned to something. Suppose I'm writing here a is equal to. I'm not writing anything. So this is not assigning anything. Suppose I'm writing here 6. That means 6 is assigned to a. Okay. Now that is compound assignment operator. This means what? This will add it and assign it. Okay. And it is basically works like this plus equal to minus equal to. Just like I'm writing here 1 plus equal to a plus equal to a 1. That means a will be, suppose a value is 6. So now if I'm writing these things, so if I'm printing the a, this will come as 7. As because the 6 gone here, then this is adding with 1 and then giving the output 7. Okay. And here the comparison. So first of all, let us see about the assignment operator, that is compound assignment. Okay. So just move it. And the code that you want from this, you can directly go to my GitHub link. I will post this on that. Just go through that. Okay. Suppose I'm writing here a is equal to, okay, and I'm writing here a plus equal to 1. And now I am print 2. Okay. Now let's see. This will printing 11. As because a is 10, then it's plus equal to 1. Means here 10, then it will increment with 1. And if I'm writing here, suppose a plus plus, a plus plus is not working, at least work on, you can say, in other languages. A is equal to a plus 1 is same like a plus equal to 1. This both line is same. Okay. So I have shown it and I'm running this. And answer will change or not. So you can see answer is the same. Okay. So in this way you can try with many other numbers. Now comparison. Comparison you already know that comparison means compare one things with the others. So how we compare? If we are giving in basically in mathematics we do equal to for comparing, yeah, this value is equal to this value. Okay. But in programming language we use double equal to see whether these things is equal to b or not. Okay. And if you are giving a single equal, then this will assign this value will go to this. Means what? Let's see. Suppose I'm just removing it. Suppose I'm writing here a. Suppose a is equal to I'm writing 20. Okay. Better you are writing here. Okay. B is equal to 20 and to b. That means what? The value of b will go to it. Let's see whether it is working or not. Just print a. The value of a. So see here the 20 is coming. I'm not printing the b, I am printing the a, but it is showing 20. As because b value goes to, okay, that is the, you can say operator, but the comparison operator will show equal to. Equal to means what? We are comparing, yeah, value of a will be equal to b or not. So see here it is giving the red mark. Means haven't declared the a as any number. So how will it compare if I am not giving the value of a for that? Now if suppose I'm writing here, suppose I'm giving a as, okay, and suppose I'm writing if, that is the different thing. Okay, you don't have to worry about it. I will show that if a equal to b, then just when print true. Okay, or we can say print yes. else. Hmm, no. Now let's see. What will the result? This will be no as because this is not equal to B because A is 12. Now let's see the result. So you can see here no. Okay, that is the comparison operator. So in this way you can see here that is the not equal to, this sign is basically exclamatory sign is focus on not equal to. Then greater than, less than, greater than equal to, less than equal to. This all comes under the comparison operators. So these things you don't have to means, you will better understanding if you do practically. Just by seeing the video and we will not able to understand the things. You have to do by your own, then only you can understand. Now, logical operators. Logical operators means basically focus on three operators, that is and, or, not. So what does and means? And means we have to focus that yeah, this condition and this condition both have to fulfill our agreement, then only our result will be true. Or if both agreement is not fulfilling, suppose it is saying yeah, I am following you, but this is saying no, I will not follow you. So this will return as false. Just like and get, if you see in your class and get, that is if 1 1 is there, then the output will be 1. If 0 0 is there, then output will be 1. And if 0 1 is there and 1 0 is there, output always the 0, it is the false. If for computer 0 and 1 basically means 0 means false and 1 means true. This logic is happening here also. Okay. And or means what? Or means if one condition is satisfied, then I will return the true. That is just like OR gate. If I'm reading here 1 0, it will return 1. If I'm return 0 1, this will return 1. If I'm 0 0, then return 0. And 1 1, it will return 1 in these things. Okay. Means only if one condition is satisfying, then I will say, yeah, you are right. Okay. And not is what? Just the opposite. Suppose I'm giving here true. So I'm saying just like I'm saying not yes. Not yes. So not yes means what? No, isn't it? So that is the not gate. Okay. Now the tribal question that I've given you the question, this you have to do it by yourself. Okay. So answer true and false. Print this. So this will return what? Print this. Not equal to this. So this you have to print. Okay. This is your homework. Okay. Now the most important things, that is the conditional statement. Basically the previous things we have seen about how we take input, how we are giving output, how we do plus minus, how we do about the operations. Now we are seeing the conditional statements. Conditional statements help in decision making, means allow us to decide which is correct and which is wrong. Okay. Suppose I'm giving example. You will receive a number from the user. If the number is greater than 10, then you will tax 1, and if it is less than 10, then you will tax B. Okay. So here the situation is simple, number will decide. Okay. Here we will focus on the number. So number will decide whether you have to do tax A and whether you have to do tax B. So that is basically the conditionals. Now the type of conditional basically it is of three types, that is if else, if else, else. Means basically if this happens, then do this. If it is not happening, then else you have to focus on other thing. And if else means what? If this is not happening, else if not happening, else it is happening, then do that. Just like these things. So just it is like if then condition, if condition, else condition, and if condition, if condition, else condition. These things. Okay. So I think we have to just write it so that it will get understanding for you. Yeah. So I have already written the if else statement. You can see these things. Okay. But I will write it in good way. Suppose I am taking the age from a user input enter your age. Okay, let's write a code for seeing whether we are eligible for voting or not. Okay, so let's do it. So first of all, for voting, we need the age. So first of all, take the age. Okay. If our age is equal to, okay, if our age is greater than or equal to 18. If this satisfies, can say that, yeah, print it, you can vote. Yeah, it's in the age. Okay. Then else, if that, then we will print no, you are not eligible now. Do vote after, and here you can write here the 18 minus age. Okay, now let's run it, see what's our result is. So here the option there. Suppose I'm giving the age as 10. So it is eligible for vote after 8 years. This after 8 years I will be 18, then I can vote. Okay. Now I can just run it. Suppose I'm giving my age as 22. See, you can vote. So this is basically the conditional loop where we are just focusing on whether your age is satisfying or not. If your age is satisfying, then you can vote. Otherwise, you are not eligible and you can vote after the certain period of age. Okay, this is basically the conditional loop. Okay. Now the I have told about the this statement. Okay, if else statement, this things. Now the one more, that is the if condition, else if else. So this will, you will do it by yourself. Okay. Now there are some question on conditional loop, that is accept two numbers and print the number greater between them. Okay. And accept the gender from the user as char and print the respective greeting message, that is good morning sir on value of gender. So this thing I can assume that you can do it by yourself. If you are not able to understand or you are not able to solve it, then you can ask in the comment section. I will help you to do that. So till now, I hope you will able to do these questions by yourself as your homework. Okay. The more you code, the more you understand. Okay. If I will write the code and you will just sing, then you will never understand the things. Okay. So for understanding the coding part, you have to implement your own logic. You have to write your own code. Yeah. You can take the help from your elders, from Google, YouTube. That you can think, that you can do. But if you are saying that no, I will just sleeping and seeing the things, then you will not anything. Okay. Now, loop. Loop is what? Before moving to loop, let us, so I am showing one thing. Suppose, okay, just remove these things. Now, suppose I want to print here good morning. Okay, I want to print good morning. How many times? Suppose my friend told me to print it 5 times. So what I will do? I will just write this 5 times. You will also print the 5 times. If you see here. But suppose my friend has told me to print it 100 times. Is it possible for me to print it 100? I will copy it, paste it, copy it, paste it. Is it possible for me to do it? Not at all. So for that, loops comes. Loops, what does loop does? Loops will rotate in a row. Suppose I'm saying here, means suppose it will just starting from this, it will rotate here, then again it will rotate here. In this way, this will continue until unless it satisfies this condition. Okay. So now see, there are basically two types of loop in Python, that is for loops and while loops. For loops focus on for how much time, and while is focus on, means basically focus on the condition is until the condition is satisfied or not. Okay. So for understanding, let us see an example. You have a bucket, fill water and empty bucket with a mug. Okay. Suppose this is the bucket and the empty mug here. Okay. Now you have a task that you have to take this water and pour into this bucket. So in the first scenario, you have to transfer 4 mugs of water from one bucket to another. In second scene, two of you have to transfer all the water from first bucket to another via mug. Okay. So here the concept of loop is coming. So how this loop is coming? We are doing this one continuously until and unless this condition is not satisfied 4 times. And for this second statement, the scenario 2 is you have to transfer all the waters. Means the second step is there. We have to convert this whole water to this mug. So that is basically comes under the while loop. Means until the condition is satisfying that it becomes empty, we are doing these things. Okay, and the for loop, we have to transfer only 4 marks. That means we will take 1 mark, 2 mark, 3 mark, and 4 mark. We don't have to see whether this is emptying or not. Okay, now, so for 4 marks, we use the for loop, and for making it empty and transfer to the whole to the another, we use the while loop. Okay, so what is for loop? So before understanding for loop, you should know how range functions. So basically, for loops we focus on the range. Range means what? How many times we have to do the thing. So that is basically we see at a range. Okay. So you have 3 points when you start. Okay. That is basically starting from this thing to this thing. Suppose you have many thing in this and it is empty. Okay. And you want to transfer it from this to this. So how many times you will transfer? First you will transfer, it is count 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. So this is counting. So that is the increment part. Okay. And starting from empty, it is 0 part. And up to how much we will means send it, the things that will be given in our question, that how many times we have to give. Okay, that is written here 3 point. 3 point is starting point, then our up to how many times, and then the increment. We start till where and stop. Okay, so basically we basically start with 0, and you can see 1. Mainly focus on the tasks that we are have to do. Okay, so you can see here the for loop. You can say the code for I is basically the integer that we are taking. You can here you can write anything that is A, B, C, D, or X, Y, Z. In range you have to write range, focus on that from 1 to 6 and print I. Okay, so let's see how we'll write that. Just create it for. Suppose I'm not taking I, I'm taking as A. For A in range. Range from 1 to 6. Okay. So I'm writing here print my key. Now let's see what is our result. So you can see from 1 to 5 it is printing. Now you have a question that why 6 is not printed. Okay. It's not printing as because 6 is our extreme point. So we don't print the extreme point. We focus up to 1 to 6. That means we are printing 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I'm writing here 10 up to 9. Let's see it. You can see here from 1 to 9 is printing. Okay. In the same way, you can print many more things. Suppose I'm writing here print, writing here hello. Okay, and now let's say here hello is writing here 9 times. If you count it, this will be 9 times. Okay, so in this way means multiple tasks in a one line. Okay, the same thing that I have told that if your friend is telling to print 100 times good morning, then how will you print that? So just write here good morning. Okay, and you'll see the print. So see here, it is so many good morning are there. If you focusing on this, see, it is 100 times of good morning. So basically, for loops or any loops we do, for doing our tasks easily. Okay. Now, suppose there is a integer or character, you can say. Okay, this is a string a, and I am moving it in the range of length of a. This is a function. Length of a basically, if I am writing a length of a, this will return me the length of this. This is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This is written 5. So let's see it. First of all, we will see about the length, then we will do that. Okay, suppose a I am writing here nature. Okay, and I want to know about the length. So just like here length of a. Okay. So you can see the length is 6 because it's taking as a 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's taking as a 6. For I in range of what? That is the length of A. I am taking the length of A. Okay. And I am printing. Suppose I am printing here I. You can print I or A of I. Okay. Now A of I is not printing. Is that okay. So you can see here. Yeah, you can see here nature is printing in vertical way. That is NATURE. Okay, so that is the thing. Now, if we want this thing, secondly, the simple way currently iterate it means just directly we can write print character of this thing. Means whatever the character is there, just print that things. Okay, so just we will do that also. For char in this and print char. So you can see here it is printing 1, 2, 3, 4 as because it is taking care. I am writing care, but it's integers from this value that is basically from length 1 to 5. Okay, that we see that 1 to 6 means 1 to 5 will print that things. Okay. Now, see the next that is the break condition else. What does this mean? This will say that if your condition, if condition is suppose break somewhere, if where it is not fulfilling the condition, then it will go to the else and it will follow that. If you see in example, suppose there is a racetrack and you have to complete 20 laps, but you have completed up to 16 and suddenly the raining is happening. Now what you will do? You will stop it. So you will just exit from the loops and then you will go to the else condition where the condition is satisfying that it is saying that stop. So we will just stop here. Okay. So in this way, you can do the things. Now, there are some loop question. The question which I have been giving you that you have to do. Whatever question I am giving, just try it by yourself. And the more you do, the more you will understand. That's the thing. Now, while loop. While loop is until it is fulfilling the condition, it will means doing its work. Okay. So the while loop repeats a block of code as long as the condition is true. Okay. Suppose I'm writing here while I'm writing while raining. Suppose I'm getting a function while raining. Okay. Keep waiting. I'm writing here while raining, keep waiting means the raining is in the condition true. So we have to wait. Else we can go. Okay. So there is some question that separate each digit of a number and print it to a new line. Okay. Accept the number and print it in reverse order. accept a number and check if a palindrome number. Palindrome is what? If a numbers start from starting and also in the reversing both are equal, then we can say that's like 1 to 1. This is the palindrome number. If you see from this side, it is 1 to 1. If you see in this side, it is also 1 to 1. Okay. And create a random number guessing game in Python. Okay. These are the things. So we will do, I will do only this question, except this, and palindrome and a game. And the next question, that is question number 1, and question number reverse. Okay, reverse you will do by yourself, 1 and 2. Okay, 3 and 4 I will do. So let's do it the palindrome number. So for that, I will create a new file, that is palindrome.py. So before doing any tasks, first of all, we have to take the number from the user. We are taking user whatever. Okay. After taking number, we have to declare that our original number will be our num. Okay, that we are taking from the user. We are taking it as because we have to compare it after doing the operations. And then reverse, I am declaring at 0. Now, while my number is greater than 0, means the condition is up to this condition is satisfying, then digit will be what? Num percentage 10. What this will, I will show. Suppose I am seeing this number 136 percentage 10. So this will return me, if you divide this by 10, you will get this out and this as 6. So we get 6, then we will get 3, then we will get 1 in this way. Okay. Now let's do it. If we are digitizing this and we are reversing by reverse it into with 10 and get with the digit. That basically the expanded form. If we are getting the things like 6, so I'm showing here, we are getting 6, so we multiply it with 10. Okay. And then we reverse it, means reversing basically not 6, I will turn around. Actually reversing is 0, so then 0 into 10 plus our number, that is basically 6. So reverse will be what? 6. Now 6 into 10 plus what? Plus then our another one is 3. In this way again, this will become 63. Then again into 10 plus 1 will become 631. So this number will come. Okay. So logic depends upon you. I am doing by expanding form. Okay. Now our number will be decreased by 10. Okay. Decreased by divided by 10. Now the main thing that we have to check is if my original becomes the reverse part, okay, equal, then I can say, yeah, it is the palindrome because the original number is in the reverse form. Then we can say, yes, it is in palindrome. Okay, and else say that no, it is not in palindrome. Yeah. Now just you can see, enter a number. Okay, just enter a number 100. So see, is it in? No, it is not a palindrome. And because if you reverse the 100, it will come 001. So not the same with the original number. Now if I'm writing here, suppose again I'm writing 1331. So you can see it is a parent because 1331, if you read like this, is also the same like in this way. Okay. Now it is completed. Now let's see about the game part. That we are creating a number guessing game. Okay. So for creating a game, I am creating a new folder of this game. So for game, first of all, we have to import the things. Okay. So for we are importing random. Yeah. This will the inbuilt function of Python that will randomly generate a number. Okay. Then we have to make a number that will be random. mm, In it between 1 to I'm saying from 10. Okay. Now while true, if it's satisfying the we're taking the guess number from the user that yeah would be your number and number with 1 to 10. And now we are checking if the guess number is equal to the number that is predicted by our system. So we can print it correct. You win. Okay. And else if you not okay then leave wrong. Correct. Okay, and here we have to break it, otherwise it will continue if I am winning. Okay. So this is the basically the code. Okay. Round. We are writing here the any number. So suppose I'm so it is saying wrong. Try again. Suppose I'm writing here 4. Again wrong. Suppose I'm writing here 9. Suppose 4 not 4. I'm writing here 7. So in this way you have to play it and see when you will win. Okay. So yeah, 8 I have written, which is correct, you win. So here is the basically the guessing game which we have you can play with your system. Okay. So yeah. Now the function part. Function is what? Function is just like you are doing your work at your home and you get result in the exam hall. That is the function. Suppose you have suppose your home function. You have done the hard work here. Okay, you have practiced a lot and then it is calling in the exam means you are remembering the things, calling up the things that you have done at your home. Okay, and this will result in the exam hall. So this is basically the function does. Okay, so let's see the definition thing. Okay, So function in Python groups, reusable code means we can reuse it just like if we are practice it at the home. So we can recall our mind several times and we will do the things easily. Okay. So there are some built-in function that is print, input, len that we see already. Okay. Now, how we'll write the function? So for writing the function, we have to define it. So for define, we have to write def, then the function name. This you can write anything as your own. So we write the conventional in such a way that the other person can see this. For that, I'm writing here read, then print this. And if I'm calling this function, so this will print this. Okay. So let's see this. Creating a function of py. Okay. First of all, I have to define anything in it. Okay. Following. Okay. The function is what? Printing, calling a function. Now just I want to call this. So what I will write? I will just write here any result. So you can see it. It's calling a function. Means I am just calling this. This will transfer to upper layers. Okay. If this will call to this thing and inside this is happening. If you want to understand more, just focus on this. Let's suppose I'm writing here, suppose sum equal to A plus B. What I have to declare also. A equal to and B is equal to suppose 20. And I'm just writing here sum. Means what? This is the whole block under the definition of any. So if when I will call the any, so it will say me that yeah, then sum this. So you can see. There is some mistake that we can have. This. Okay. So yeah, it's calling a function and some error. Let's see. It's writing the P equal to 20. Oh yeah, it is not working because I'm not printing the sum. I have to print the sum also. Now let's. So you can see this printing 30 as was 10 plus 20 30. Okay, so calling a function and then it's printing. How this happens? Just calling the any and any will indicate to this function and this function will return these things. Okay, this is all about the function. Okay, so now suppose I'm writing here def greet name. Okay, and name is a parameter. So if I am printing the hello name, so this will print the name if I have declared the name somewhere, then only. Means what? This will pass the value. Means it will pass the value. Suppose just comment this. Okay. Now let's see. I am writing here def greet, writing here name. Okay. This name will focus later on. So first of all, just read hello. Good morning. You can declare the name. And we have to format it. That is it. Okay. And now I am just calling greet. Suppose I want to greet to someone. Okay. So suppose I'm writing here the name of that person. Suppose I'm writing here Rohan. Okay. Now let's see it. So you can see here it is showing good morning Rohan. So why this? How it's written? Greet will go to this and the name is replaced by the names which I have given here. So this will return in this way. Okay. Now you can write here many more things that is greet right here. One. Okay. So if you see here, you can see it is written here. Good morning, Rohan, and again Subham and Pratham. I haven't written the name two times, but it is sending first it is send these things, then this will send things. If I am writing suppose this in the lower part after this, as a so first it will focus on the first line. So let's see it. So we see here first the Subham and Pratham is coming. After that, Rohan is coming. So in this way, a function works. And the main thing in your mind will come that why we use function. So basically, function makes our work easier, just like the loop. But function, we can basically suppose you have done a work at your home, okay, and you want to utilize that work in other places. So for that, we use the function. Okay. So these are all the things. Okay. Now type of argument. Argument means what? That is not a thing that we do in our daily life. Okay. Argument means what? Passing the different types of values to a function, and the function will do the, you can say, the operation. Okay. Suppose I'm defining here add and giving A and B and return A plus B. And in the print, I am saying add these two numbers. So these two numbers will go here and it will return this. Okay. So let's do that also. Suppose for define, suppose add A and B. This thing we have to add. And just return is a function that will return the things. Return A plus B. Okay, but now we don't know about A and B. So for that we have to give the functions that is print my add and give add as a 5 and 8. Okay, means what? Means this will value will go 5 will go to A and it will go to B and return these things and then we'll print that. So let's see it. So you can see the return is 13. If you add 5 and 8, you will get a 13. Okay. In this way, the things are happening in function types of argument. So in the same way, this is written that name equal to guest. So hello, this, and that is greet. Use for default value of guest and greet Bob. Okay. It's basically about that if suppose I'm not giving the name, so it will assume by its own, and if I'm giving the name, then it will replace it by the name. This way it's work. Okay. Now the data structure. Okay. Data structure means the way we store the things in a system, or you can say in a computer. That is all about data structure. Okay. From this means from data structure, it is in advanced level. Up to the previous thing, that is the basic level. Now we are going to the advanced level and the data structures. Here we will see how the data is organized, how it is stored, how it manipulates data efficiently. So Python provides several built-in data structure. That's why Python basically use Python in machine learning, deep learning, or artificial intelligence for this reason only, because it has a several built-in data structures. Okay. And for strong multiple values, we'll again use variables. Now in Python, we have four types of inbuilt function, that is list, tuple, dictionary, and set. Okay. Now let's move to next. That is the custom data structure. Custom means the data structure that the developers or we have made by our own convenient so that we can easily do our work. Okay, so for that, first is our stack, queue, linked list, graph, etc. There are many more things. It's map. Okay, so stack, queue, these are all about the custom data structure that we also need in our daily lives. So I can give you an overview, just like the stack, queue, and linked list is that. Suppose you are in a road, okay, and there is a traffic light. Okay, this is a traffic light, and you are here, your car is here, your friend's car is here, and your another friend's car is here. So what does stack will do? Stack will first come, will wait. This is wait, and this will move first. That means what? Stack is just like, if you take this example, this will better understand it. Suppose I am giving it a block. What is the one block? Then here is the another block. Then here is the third block. Then the fourth block. That is basically focus on the LIFO. LIFO. That is last in, first out. Means the last one, the last who came will be go first. Okay, so this will remove first, then this, then this, and then this. But Q, what does Q does? Q does is Q is FIFO. FIFO means what? First come, first out. Means who will come first will go out. Just like in this, the card is in first position, so it will go first. Then this will go, then this will go. In this way, the queue work. And what are linked list? Link is just like this is a table, this is a table. Means the connection between the things. It is our linked list. And graph is what? Just like suppose there in graph basically there are two things, that is root and you can say leaf, or you can say child. Okay. So these are interconnected with each other. The lesser part will go to the left side, here the lesser part, and the greater part will go to the right side. I think you guys are facing some problem for understanding these things, as because it is the advanced version. So I will say that keep focusing on the things. I make sure that you will understand it easily. Okay. So first is our list. Okay. So list is what? So before starting, we understand some terminologies. Mutable. Mutable means what? Whether an object's value can be changed after creation or not. Okay. This basically helps us whether we can change our values or not. Duplicates, we know that we can copy our things exactly like the original data. Ordered means the way it is assigned, that is indexing value 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And heterogeneous means list have heterogeneous nature. That means we have a multiple data types in inside a list. Means inside a list we maybe have a integer, we maybe have a float, we maybe have a character, we maybe have a string, everything. Okay. Now the basic things our list. List is just like suppose you are going to a market and you make a list of all the things that you want to buy. Okay, that is the basically the list. The same way Python also does. So we have to declare the thing. Suppose if I'm taking the real life scenario in our daily life, what we do for going market, we making the list that is 1, 2, 3, 4. We have to buy these and these things. These all are under the list. So for that, we have to declare the list. So the name I'm giving here fruits, as because all lists are fruit. Okay. In the same way, number. Now the use of list. That's why we need list. As because if we have a list, just think like a real life problem. Suppose you have a list, then you can remember the things that which things we have to do first, third, fourth, fifth. Okay. And how we will do first way, second way, third way, and in what way. Okay. In this way, we can see that how we will do our tasks. Okay. So for defining a list, how you define? Just write the numbers, then equal to, then in the third bracket, we have to declare the numbers. Okay. Now, if I want to modify it, okay. If I want to modify the things, index one, I already did what is indexing basically. So for index one, I want to means modify it to 99. Okay. So index one is what? This is 0, then 1, then 2. So index one is 20. So this will be assigned to 99. So you can see the out if I am printing the print, the output will be this. Okay. So let's see it once. So first of all, I have to declare the list. So suppose I'm writing numbers is equal to suppose 10, 20, 40, and 50. Okay. Now I want to modify the number of 2. 2 means what? This 40 numbers. This I want to modify it, suppose 70. Okay. And now print the number. Okay. So now let's see the results. So you can see here 10, 20, 70, and 50. So you can see this become 70, but I have declared 70 and it's printing this. Okay. Now least traversing and methods. Least traversing means just like traveling part from we move from one part to another part directly within the index. Just like the page number of a book, we can directly go to the chapters. In the same way, in least we can directly go to that part which we need by using the index one. Okay, suppose I'm writing here the code that is number is equal to this. Okay, number dot append. Append means what? Add number to the end. This is a function. We have to add the append. Append means you have to add the numbers from the. So append basically does that adds the number from the end part. Okay. Now insert. Insert means what? Adding the number in the position where we want. Okay. Basically, in previous, we have seen that we are replacing the things, means in the place of 40, we have taken a 70. But here we are not replacing, we are adding the things. So we are adding 50 at index 2. That means it is 0, 1, 2. So here we will add the things. Okay. Now extend. Extend means what? Add multiple element at the end. Okay. Just like append, we are adding only one number, but in extend, extend means what? It is extending, extending, and extending. So in the same way, extend is just like we are adding the multiple elements at the end. And remove, that is basically we are removing the 5. That is removing the first occurrence of 5. That is the first occurrence of 5 we will remove. Means from 1 to 5, all the elements will be removed. Now, pop. Pop means what? We are just remove or restore the element at index 3. That means what? Suppose I'm writing here pop item. That means this item will be popped and this will store to this value. Okay. Now, index. Index is what? Find the index of 6. Suppose I want the number which is at index number 6. So for that, what we write? We write dot index inside the index value. These numbers are not the actual number of the list. This is the index value that we count from 0 to the number of our list. Now, the count. We have to count that how many times the 5 has come. Means what? Suppose in a list there is 1, 3, 5, 5, 6, 7. So we have to count how many times 5 has come. So 5 has come 2 times. So this will return as 2. That is the count function. Now sort function. This is very important while solving the complex problem. Sort problem helps us to sort the element in ascending, means from smaller to bigger. This will sort the things. Suppose you have the things, suppose 1, 4, 9, then 7, then 3. And if you write here sort dot this number, this will sort like this. That is 1, 3, 4, 7, and 9. So this will sort from ascending, smaller to bigger. In the same way, reverse. Reverse means it will reverse the numbers. Okay. Then copy function, same things, it will copy the numbers, and the clear means remove the all the elements. Okay. So I think you will not getting understand until unless I will show the practically. Okay. So let's see it. Okay. So let us assume the, just remove this and save. Yeah. Now what we have to assume? First of all, we have to start from this. Suppose I want to add the number. So before starting, let us see what our numbers are. So numbers are 10, 20, 40, and 50. That is the actual numbers. Okay. So fine. Add the numbers. So numbers dot append. Append, what we append? Suppose I'm adding here 80. And then just print the number. So you can see 80 is added to the last number. Okay. Now append is completed. Insert function tells us about where we want to insert the thing. Okay. Suppose I want the insert at position suppose 3, which value I need, you can say 15. Just insert. Now let's see. So you can see at the third position it is inserted. It is 0, it is 1, it is 2, it is 3. So at 3 position it is inserted. Okay. Now the next function. Next function is what? Extend. Extend means add the multiple function at the end. It is different from the append as because in append we add a single number, but in our extend we can add multiple numbers. So just do it for extend. I am suppose adding 20, not 20, 20 sorry, we added 100, 44 and 36. Now let's see it. So you can see the number has been added. Okay. The next thing, that is to remove the first occurrence. Suppose I want to remove the first 3 numbers. Okay. So just write here number dot remove first 3 numbers. Now let's see it. Dot remove. Okay. First occurrence X. Okay. This 3 is not in the list. Okay. So we have to remove suppose 20. So see 20 has been removed. Okay. Now we have to pop a number. That is okay. So I'm writing here pop num. Pop num is number dot pop from index. I want to pop it 15. So 15 is in 2 index. You can see. So let's see if it is popped or not. Yeah, it is popped. Now suppose I want to print the pop number. So just print. See. So you can see the pop number is also showing and it is our actual number. Yes. Okay, fine. Now pop is completed. Now we have to find the value at the index number. So let's just find it. So directly write it. Print number dot on the index at 5. I need the value of index at 5. Let's see it. Okay, we have to first find the index of 5. 5 is not in the list. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, we can see here the 4 is coming. Okay, so index 100 index value is what? 4. So now the most important is sorting thing. How we will sort the thing? Okay, so just write here number dot sort. Now see we find the sorting that is sorted. Okay. Let's see. You can see the number is sorted. It is 10, 36, 40, 44, 50 this. But it previously if you see here it is not in sorted order. Here 44 and 36. Now it is in sorted order. So it is the function, inbuilt function of Python. Okay. Now I want to reverse it. Just write here number dot reverse function and just run it. So you can see it is on the reverse order. It is 100, 80, 50, 44, 40, 30, 10. Okay. So these are the things I will not, otherwise all data will be clear. Okay. So in this way, this works. So there is some work that you have to do. But in this question, this mean means what? Total number, sum of total number by, you can say, count of total number. Okay. Then find the largest number and print this index 2. You have to find the greatest number. Means how you will do? You can use loops, you can use conditional loops, you can use if else, anything you can. Then the second digit, second largest number you have to find. Means what? How you will find the second largest? You have to compare it, which one is greatest, and after that compare after that which number is coming. So that you can find by sorting the things and find the second index value from the last image. Okay, and check if the list is sorted or not. That you can use by using the sort value. That whether the sort is equal to the original value or not, and you can print true or false. Okay. Now we will see about the tuple. So what does tuple means? So before starting, let's go to our VS Code. We will see that first. So yeah, this is our list. So let's make a file around the tuple. Yeah. So see, suppose I'm writing here A is equal to, previous time we have write like this, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this third bracket is what? This is basically indicating about, you can say this is the list. Okay. But now we want to make it to right. We will write the pair like this. And here we will write in numbers of like 1, comma 2, comma 3, comma 4. So this is what? This is our, okay. And the basic difference between a tuple and a list is that in previously we have seen in list we can change the value, but in tuple it is not possible. Okay. So see, suppose I want to print the type of A and the type of B. Okay. Now let's see types. You can see that. See, it is first one is our list, and second is our tuple. Okay. What I have told, that we can't assign the value, means we can't change the value of tuple. Suppose I'm writing here B. So I'm writing B is equal to, okay. What I'm writing like this. So previously in list, what is happening that when we give the index value of 0 and assign the value, it is happening. But if you are see here, therefore I'm printing the tuple, what will happen? I should comment out this. Now, so you can see here, it is giving an error that B can't be equal to 15. Okay, because it is a tuple. Support this assignment. Are you getting my point? So you see, it is printing the value. Okay. So you can see here, it is immutable. What does this immutable means? Immutable means we can't mutate this, means we can't change the value in a tuple. Okay. Then duplicate. So we can duplicate the values just like in the list. There is no restriction. We can write here, just suppose I'm writing, suppose I'm writing here in the list, I'm writing here, suppose 4, 4, 4, 4, 5. Okay. You can see here, we can write it like this. So allow. Now the order. Order saying about the accessing by the index value. So we can access the things. Okay, just in a normal way do in the set. Suppose I want to access B of any number to access about 5 index value. If I try counting with 0 index, then 1, then 2, 3, 4, and 5. So 5 index value is 4. So just run it and see. So you will get the thing for this 4. Okay. Just the same thing like this. And the last one, that is the hetero, means what? We can use the different type of data type in a tuple. What does this means? This means that we can write here a string value also. So for string, we have to write like this. So what I'm writing here. Okay. Just run it. So you can see this is coming. Okay. So that is the meaning of heterogeneous, that we can give the different type of data. Okay. Basically, in practical life, we don't use tuple. Okay. We use sets, we use list, we use linked list. Okay, for traversing part. Tuple is just a basic terminology, but we don't use that in our practical scenario. Okay. So these are the things that we have told, that is the tuple initially means, you can say, defining. Okay. This is finding the index value of this that we have done. Now the count value. Count is what? It will give the return that how many times this has come. Let's write here dot count. I want to know the count value of 5. How many times 5 has come? Okay. Now just count it 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times. The output. So you see the output is 4. Okay. That is the count function. Methods of tuple. One of finding the index, another is counting. Okay, only there is two methods for using it. Okay, this thing we can use by list also. So list is most, or you can say more favorable compared to tuple. Okay. So now the set. Set is what? So before starting, we need to understand some terminologies. That is the same terminology. That is mutable. Okay. Sets are mutable. You can change the values just like the list. Okay. Then the duplicate. So here is the important thing, that you can't duplicate the things in set. Okay. We can't duplicate the things. Previously, we can duplicate in our list or in our set, in our list or in our tuple, but in the set, we can't duplicate the thing. Okay. Unordered sets are unordered. You cannot access them through index value. That is also important. In the set, we can't access the value by giving the index conversion. Okay. Heterogeneous means it is semi-heterogeneous, means it can store some data type like string, number, tuples, but not the everything. Means it can store something, but not the everything. Okay. So you can see here, this sets is hashed using the hash function. The hash is used as an index to store the elements, because by index we can't get, so by the hash you can get the things. Since hashing does not maintain order, sets are unordered. Since hashing is not maintaining order, means it will not sort the things. So for that, you can say that sets are unordered. It is not in any order. Okay. So let's see the VS Code. What planning the set? What do you like to without to yeah? Previously we are set for time bracket or we can say for deviations. Then for example we keep the percentages and now for the set down put it down. Let's start. This is how here after 6 months. So suppose now I want to see whether the second one is option. Sorry, yeah, give us a first. Okay. Now let's see. There are some operation that is set travels. So a set cannot be traversed using the index that we already see. That is set cannot be fixed by the index value because it is in on order and has no index value. Okay. So many times it will give random values. You can watch the video for complete understanding. So let's see that. What does this do that? It will give the random one. Okay. So let's try it once whether it is happening or not. Because I have in the just writing random. Okay. This is what now I want to clean the things support that I would have for I in A. Suppose ah, you can see it is not printing in a carbonized form. Let me say here. So here it will be 180. So 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 1. So it is not printing in a sequence way, it is just printing randomly. Let's double count it up. Let us see this. Okay. From this, we can conclude that we are not getting the things that we want after using the loop. So we can conclude one thing that we will not use loop. And because for loop, we basically want to keep the things in the way the things in a set. Okay. That is next is what method. Set method. Now set methods are very powerful because you don't have any index. Let me see. We don't have an index. So it cannot change the value, but set is mutable, so we know better. Basically, it is the thing that we can't change the value. But we can set is mutable means what? Mutable means what? We can see already here that mutable means that we can change the value of the cell. Okay. So let's see how we do. The first we will declare the set. After that, if we add 4, so the 4 will be added to the 1. If we want to remove 2, so 2 will remove, not at all. It will result error. Okay, if it will not find it, next. Now discard 5. Discard means what? Remove 5, no error, ignore 5. That is the basic difference between remove and discard. While we removing the things that is not present in a cell, then it will flash back a error. Whereas in discard, it will not give any error if you don't give the thing. Now, pop, you already know that pop means it will remove a random element that is not in our hand, and because in this scene is not happening in this. So let's it will talks this suppose a dot I want to add to it. Proceed toward this other. No, no. It's not. I think swimmers. Suppose I'm doing a and we will suppose yeah, because it has been given. But if suppose I am giving here a number that is not in the list, so I'm giving it, let's see what happens. Just giving an production. That's what that should say. But if I'm giving here this time, this will not go anywhere. Because if it's not giving an error, I'm just giving it not okay. Now that is pop element. So if we pop, then the random element will be pop. That's what happening. So the button will create a previously we have this element. That's what the knowledge and so you can see our brand has been found. We have that change. And if we give here, then it will clear everything one other changes. Yeah. So there are emerging studies. Union was what? Taking both of them around A and B. And basically we see in mathematics that is the union. That is what we take all the elements from A and B. We combine this. What is the union? What is A union with B? What is intersection? Intersection means only the common part in both the elements. That is what thing. So it will be our intersection. Okay. And the difference is what? We will find the difference here. So we get one and because this thing will cancel out. Because A difference will cancel the difference which is the common. This is the difference focus on the common thing between the element cancel that and on take the element which is prominent that is in the countries. That's right. One of the and now the symmetric difference. Symmetric difference is what? Symmetric difference means common part will remove and thus whole thing will come. That is the symmetric. So, difference. Is, taking the elements from A, taking the elements from B. So then the elements to give. Suppose I'm giving that, for example, 50. Massive 50 is also common. Okay. So exactly now the interest is that's now. So it will only take the but so from the for just 8, 10 and 8, 10 and so these things are common on now but different. No, different. Let's see. That is 1 to 50 and 7. So 1 to 50 and 7. Here is nothing those coming. Okay, that is the consent list. The last one that is the symmetric numbers that I'm giving to you. By yourself. There are some other operators like this. In will be in intersection the different is these are similar symbols. That's it. You don't have to write the things like this. You can write the things by giving the symbol. So let's continue with our dictionary. So, what is dictionary basically? So before studying about the dictionary, let us see that how we can declare a dictionary. So let's go to our VS Code and make a folder. For example, I'm writing here div.keyword. Okay. Suppose I'm writing here div dot curly braces. Okay. Before doing that, let's see the price. Here. Type of. So you can see it is showing here that is the class listener. So what does this means? It means that if we give the as empty, we get it as a dictionary. Okay. Then what is the difference between a dictionary or a list? So I'm writing here value. Okay. Just run it. You will see it's the value at saved. Means it is basically dictionary is more or less like a set. If it is empty and if it is in that is the set. But is it the empty set is dictionary? Yeah. And how we can declare? Now just see how to declare a dictionary. Okay. So for that we have to write there is a key value and here is the value. That means what? 10 is the key and 100 is the value. Okay. Just write here suppose I'm writing 20 as supposed to 50. Again then 45 as a key and 500 as a value. In the same way we write this. These are all about the keys. See the type. So we get the thing as a dictionary. Okay. Now how we can do the operation. Okay. So before doing the operation, let us first terminology. That is what? That is first is our mutable. Okay. Mutable means the dictionary as mutable means you can change key value pairs after creation. Means you can change or add the key values. That means what? You will can change this thing. If you see here, this value is 100, 240, then 500, then 180. These are basically the key values, and these are the key. Okay, so we can't change the key, but we can change the key value. That is the we can say that is a semi-mutable. Okay, duplicates, so we can duplicate the value, but not the key because key are the unique. Just like if you see in a lock, all key are unique. Okay. And order dictionary follows insertion order means if you add the adding will be from the end sites and heterogeneous means we can store different types of data. Okay. Now let's do some operation here. Suppose I am updating the value of 10 key. So suppose I'm at 400. Okay. So here what we have done, we have update the value. Okay. Now, so 10, 20, 45, 30. So there is no value of 50. So I'm keeping the 50 value and getting the 50 key and giving its value as 120. This we are clear. Okay. Now, suppose, okay, just clean the things to see whether we are doing it in the right way or not. So you can see here the 10 values convert to 400 with the 100, but it's updated because we have updated here. You can see the 50 have been added because here last value is 180. But see here we have added the 50 value. That means yeah, our things have done now. Suppose we want to delete something. Suppose deleting the key value of 20. Okay, this what I want to delete. Now let's see. So let's see the 20 value key with value is deleted. There is 10 and 45. This 20 is have been deleted. These are the operations that we do in a dictionary. Okay. Now let's see how to access. Means how we can use the index. So basically in dictionary we can't access the value directly. Suppose if I'm writing a loop for I in D. Okay, and I want to print the I. See. So you can see here all values are printed, but these all are basically what? These all are our key, but the value. So for that, what we will do? We will just write here D inside this. We will write this. Now just now see. Okay, we get all the values of the key. Okay, in this way we access the thing. Okay. Suppose you don't want to give here, right here and right here the values. P dot yeah, just you will give the same result. Yeah, that is same result. That is okay. Values. Yeah, similar. So yeah, we are getting the same result like the previous one. Okay. Either you have to declare it inside the print or you have to declare on the okay. Now, one more thing that suppose you want something from your right, okay, right, you can see from here if you click on more, so you will get all the things from dictionary. Okay, it will be better if you do by yourself. You will see here all the information just like the you can say documentation. Okay. So this all we have seen build the cell, then return value. Okay. There is a okay. Let's see one interesting thing. Okay. Just a minute. Suppose I am declaring here a value by this. Okay, this is basically our set. Or you can say it will be our list. Okay. Now, if you want the copy of, so I am taking all the value of A inside the B. And now, suppose if I'm changing the value of B of indexing 0 to 12. So what will be our answer? Our answer is that like the B value will change. But what is happening here? Here you can see our A value has also changed. If you see here, I'm printing here. Let's see. Yeah. You can see here our A value is also changed. So how this happens? Suppose in a RAM, suppose this is your RAM. Okay. And when I am declaring A as something value, okay, and B equal to A, that means what? A whole copy will be in the B, and if I change anything in the B, it will change in the A. As because in a RAM, suppose our A is in this position, and when we are writing as B is equal to A, so at that time this position with the location is saved to the B. So if we change the B, then A change, and if we change the A, then B change. So this make a conflict. Okay, so to solve this conflict, we use this B is equal to A dot copy method. So by using this, what will happen? This will assign the value in different position in array. So A will be here and B will be here. So only the value of A will be in the B, and if we change anything in the B, it will not reflect in A, and vice versa. If we change anything changes in the A, it will not change in the B. So let's do it once and see the result. You see, I'm writing here A dot copy, and now suppose I I want B of 0 to be 100. Now let's print A fine. B. Now let's see it. So you can see here A value is 1, 2, 3, 4, whereas B value is 100. Means what? We are changing the value of B only, so it will reflect and then A. But if I forget to give this method, open, then our AB value will be the same. How? Let's see. You can see here. So this is, you can see, okay. Now there are showing about the students dictionary where the name is John, age is 20. Now I want the student name, so it will give the John. Okay, let's do it once. Suppose I am doing the student equal to comma and so we will suppose. Okay, now I want the value of the student. So I have to write student in bracket name. Okay, it is taken as a string. So what to it as a string. So you can see it is returning Suman. So suppose I am writing here, suppose age. Like it's reading the age. So from here we can conclude one thing that we can access the dictionary by using it. The key is what? That is written in the, you can say, before a column. Okay. So in this way it travels in a dictionary that I have already shown. Okay. Now let's do some exercise question. That is the first question is what? Write a Python script to merge two Python dictionaries. Is what we are merging. Suppose there is one dictionary and here is one dictionary. Suppose it is just like 1.20 and it's 2.30. So the answer will be what? 1.20 comma 2.30. Like this, we have to combine this thing. Means we have to add this to dictionary. Okay. So let's do it. Comment out. So before combining, we have to first declare our dictionary. So let's do 20 values. I'm just giving the random value. Okay. We can something. The one. So, and I have declared the dictionary. Now, what we have to do? We have to sum that. Okay. So, for that, what we will do? We'll just make a simple loop that is our in V2 and we will say D of 1 of I will be equal to 2 of I. Okay. So what's the logic behind? So see, I'm writing you better understand if you see the whiteboard. Just a minute. Yeah. So see. So here our V1 is given like 2 is 200, then 20 is to 250, comma 30. That is the key and that is the value. And V2 is what? 40 key value. That is basically I'm saying the key this part. These are the key. Okay. These are the key. And these are the value. These are the value. Okay. So what I have done, I am just making a loop that is I in D2. Means what? My I will go to this part. So what will happen? So D1 of I. So see just a moment. Sixty. That means what? D of I. D of I means what? D of I will go to here. So it is the D of I. That is the 40. So 40. So D of key value 40 will be equal to D2 of what? D2 of 40. So D2 of 40 is what? D2 of 40 is what? That is the 400. So in this way, D1 of 40 is given as 400. So this will add to our D1. In same way, this will become again I2. So this will indicate to 500. 50 means, so this will become 50 and it will also become 50. Here will be 50 and here will be 500. In this way, it will protect. Okay. So now just print the thing. Print D. Okay. Now let's see. So you can see 10, 100, 20 to 50, all is added. That's what our question has been asked. So one thing to have to keep in mind that to solve any type of question, you just first of all you have to think and then try run the code, think about the solution, and then you will definitely do that. Okay. Now let's do the second question. Okay. Now second question has been told us that write a Python program to sum all the values in the dictionary. All the sum. It is very, you can say easy. You have to just sum the thing. So for sum, what you will do? Just it's very easy. Just coming out the thing. Suppose I'm taking a okay, just went out. Yeah. Suppose I'm declaring a dictionary. So that is that 10, that will be 100, 21 will be 250, that will other will be 250, and 400. Okay, these are all random values that I have written. Okay. Now I have to initialize sum as 0. Okay. Now for I in D, for the I in D, we will write sum plus equal to sum plus D of I value. Means what? We will sum the things. Suppose 0 plus 100. So this will become 100. Now 100 plus 250. So this will be 350. In this way, it will sum the things. Okay. And at the end, we will just print our sum. So you can see our result is 1000, 100. Okay. Now count the frequency. See, dictionary is very, very important. Why? Because frequency has the key as well as the value. So it make it easy to get count. So what does this means? This means that suppose I am telling about D is equal to, okay, and here I am writing here 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, in this way, suppose a state has been given us. Okay. So now we have to count the things that how many times one has came, how many times two has been came. So if you think like this way, so I am telling like suppose our answer will be in this one. No. So one has come, okay, and then two comes, one, two, three, five times. Okay, then three comes, one, two, three, four times. So so on. So this is the in this way our answer should be. So just think, pause the video and think how we'll find the thing. Okay. So let's do it. Declare a dictionary, empty dictionary. Okay. Then look for I in D. So we're taking our D. Okay. Where our D of I is D of I plus equal to, okay, here is not true, that is if I is present in our D dot key. Okay. It's not a answer. Okay, because answer is our dictionary. So if I is present in our key, okay, then we can say that, okay, then increment our answer. Okay, else we will say the found will be equal to 1. This gives another which is. So what is happening here? You see here, if our I is present in the answer key, what does this mean? If our I, that is the, you can say the value in the D, if one is present, then you can say do this, else you will what? You will just put the value 1 inside it. Okay. And now, if you see by the second scenario, that 1 has been put at it. So if I am seeing that this 1 is present in this, yeah. So it will increment the value. Okay. Just like the previous one, if you see in this example, you will understand. Let's see now how to make. Okay. So see here what I have done. So suppose I am writing here D will be 1, comma 1, comma 1, comma 2, comma 2. I'm taking a small example. Just look over it. And writing the answer to an empty display. So what does this mean? This means that for I in answer, that means what? I will go to my not answer, it will iterate over the set. So if I, so giving it, and if if my I is present in my answer.keys, okay, if it is showing, then we will say that, then do what? Then just increment it by 1. Else, else what? We'll just put the value inside it. The simple. What does this? It means that if my I means what? This one. Is 1 present here? No. So it will go here, then it will go here, and it will write here 1. Okay. Now, in the second chance, if I am going here, 1. So is 1 is present here? Yeah, it is present. So it will go to this side. It will not go with this side, because if my this is 2, if I is in the key, if this is 2, then we will see that, yeah, it is present. So we will just increment it as a 1. In the same way, then again it will become 2, and when if you see the 2, it will write the value 2 is to 2, as because it is also in 2 times. So in this way, we get the frequency that 1 is 2 times and 2 is also in 2 times. Okay. Contrast match. Doing the answer. So you can see it is showing 1 has come 4 times, 2 has come 5 times, 3 has come 5 times. In this way, it is happening the figures. Okay. Now, add a pattern to combine two dictionary by adding. Means here we have to add the things. So this also we can use by if, else, loop. Okay. Try it by yourself. Okay. Now, let's move to the next one. That is exception handling. It is very, very, you can say, the important topic. Okay. So let's start. First is what? That is the error. So error occurs due to mistake in the code that prevent it from running. So error, we all know that that is basically the mistake that is done by a coder, or you can say by a developer, software programmer, which prevent it from running. So this can be syntax error or logical error. Basically, many times there is syntax error that we forget about semicolon, or we forget about the parentheses. And logical error means there is any logical error that you are implementing. Suppose logical error means what? Just like you are just giving here A is equal to A plus B, but you haven't given the value of B. That is a logical error. Okay. In many cases, syntax error happens. Logical error is minimal in software development. So syntax error. Syntax error is what? Just like print hello world, and you are not giving the bracket. So it is a missing closing parenthesis. Okay. And there is orientation error. Orientation error means what? If you have declared the function this and print this, so no identification. That means you already know what is the identification, and if you don't follow it, you will get the error. Okay. There are more than one type error, which you mix tags and special error can be handled. But what can be handled are exceptions. This means what? There are these errors cannot be handled. Suppose I'm giving this error and you want to handle, you have to just go to the program and again write them. But the things which can be handled by a person, that is called the exceptions. So exceptions are unexpected events or error that occurs during the execution of code, which disturbs the normal flow of the program. What does this mean? This means that exceptions are unexpected. Means you haven't expected that this will happen, but it occurs during the executing of a code, or you can program. So how can exception? So see, exception are unexpected that occurs during the exercise. So suppose I'm writing print start, print this and int. So here there is a zero division error, because we know that in any number can't be divided by zero. That is undefined. No number can be divided by zero. That is undefined. So if you are printing this will raise the zero division error. And if you are printing this line will never run, because after running this will go to this, and if it will not run, so how can it run? Now this zero division error and can be counted as exception because of this exception, the next time cannot be executed. Okay, this thing I think you guys have understood. That is, it is the exception case that if I am not fixing this, then our next time will not be run. Like this, there are many other exceptions. Just leave the three errors we saw at start. Otherwise, other are exception. Okay, if you just leave these things in the, you can say this, we can find out that these are the essential error. And the good part is we can handle them. Okay, so let's see. So there are some essential handling, that is the try, except, else, finally, erase. Okay, these are the things. So try is what? That is basically we can say try and catch. We try the things if it is we are getting, and if it throw, then we will catch the thing. Okay. So in place of catch, we will use the except because catch is using C++, that is the other high level language. So let's try it. These two. Let's comment out these things. Okay. Now, now the server error handling. Okay. So let's see how you can error handle. Suppose I'm taking an input that is in input. Okay. Text enter a numbers. Enter a number. Taking the easy example first, and then we have to try. Try means what? That is basically focus on try the, you can say, okay. And by trying, we can say divided by a. Okay. So if you see here, it is giving I statement can must have at least one except or finally clause. That means what we need a except case also. So for that, what we will write? We will write the except, and there is the zero division error. We can write that. We can begin the sorry. Um, no. Okay. After that, we can just writing your team. Yes, we will divide. Okay. Now just see. So you can see. Okay, let's run your terminal. You can see it is asking about the entire number. Some of them writing here 5. So 5 it will give 2. So you can see successfully divided. Now just 1 second. It giving, so I'm giving as 0. Enter. So it is what it is. Sorry, we can't divide. Okay. So what does this mean? This means that it find the error, but it will see if it face any error, then it will go to the except case. Just like if you do the thing that try catch. So catch the things is done by the except function in Python. Okay. Now, one more thing that we will see. Suppose there are many errors which you can't remember. So for that, what we will do? We write here except exception error. Exception as error. Okay. So sorry, we can't do it due to right here. Other than giving a 0. So you can see, sorry, we can't go to. Okay, so it's giving the error here in this way. Okay, yeah, we are not getting the type of error, so write error, so it will come. Now the same. So you can see it is given. Sorry, we can't do it due to the division by error. Okay, now we will see about else finally else. So let's do that first. Suppose after the except, I am writing here else. Else you no no. Finally means it will just do its work. No, I okay. Now just suppose I am writing here 6. So what it is giving you the answer. Okay, no any exception. That means what it is not go to the acceptance case, and because there is no any exception error, and it is that I will do. Now just suppose I am giving here the exception case as 0. Because we have the problem with the 0 only. So just do that. If you see that, sorry, we can't do. I will do my work. Sorry, do that. That means what? These two lines is executed, but else is not executed. As because here except line don't allow the else to execute. I'm getting my point. Now, race. What does this race means? Okay. So race means manually throw an exception. It will manually means just doing by the you can say by logically building the things. Okay. Okay. Let's take another example. Suppose I'm taking the age. So, enter your age. Not if age is control our age means better than 18. Means I'm taking the age between 10 and 18. Okay. Ways. And value error. Side, not inside, outside the whole block, we like here. Just see. What does this mean? This means if the age is between 10 to 18, then it's doing the welcome. Else it will raise an error, which is error treated by us. Means we have declared the error. But what? So let's do it. Suppose I'm writing here 11. So it's saying welcome and trigger. Now let's again run it. I'm giving here 9. So this is showing errors that we must move between 10 to 18. And if you see here, here this clear is also not running as because it focus on the race value, and if it find any type of error, it's so. So race basically that of error that is defined by the developer that you can, I'm giving here your age, you can write here anything comment and you will get that error in your code. Okay. It is easy to understand about what type of error we are facing in a code. Okay. That's all about the error handling. Now the file handling. What does the file handling means? File handling means how we can handle the files. Okay. So before starting the file handling, let us see what are files. So you all know what are files. Any names with an extension is files, just like .txt, that is text file, .pdf is the PDF file, .doc, that is the document file, .py is the Python extension, .cpp is the C++ .java. These all are the file extension name. Okay. There are some example you can see here. Okay. And when we want to handle this file, we use the file handling because we want to handle the things. So we use the file handling. Okay. File handling means creating, reading, updating, and deleting. That basically means code operation. Means we can create the things, we can read the things, we can update the things, and we can delete the things. Okay. Now let's see how to perform this operation in Python. We have to use open function to open a file. Okay, here are some, I can say, module that is for R. We can read, file must be read. For W means write. For A, that is append, that is add to the end. And X means what? Create a new file. If fail, if it else. Okay. Now let's see in how we will do that. So right here for the file. Okay. So what does this mean? This means that we can use any, we can say, we can create any type of file by just writing the code. Okay. So let's write it. Suppose first of all, suppose we want to open something. So open and give here the path. Okay, I'm writing here path, but you have to write your file name. Okay, suppose I'm writing here, we have many files here. Suppose I'm writing here list.py. Okay. Right home list. And defaultly it has the read function, means only we can read the things. There are basically four types of things, that is read, write, create, and delete. Correct. So you can see, okay. So when order to write the extras. Okay. Now read dot reference. So you can see here all the details of that it has came here. You see properly reference CP. These are the things that are present in our list.py. If you want to see, you can see that. See, we did the same thing that is written here. So in this way, we can open our file. Okay. So open to ho gaya. Now, how can we create the things? Suppose we want to create. So for create, what we will do? We will write the same thing, that is open. Then here we have to write the name of your file. Suppose I'm writing here to the us.txt extension, that is the text file. And what we want to create it as a right download. Okay. So this basically what this will create. Okay. See here, there is no any file. Let's run it. So you can see there is code with us text file has been created. But it is, suppose we want to write here something. So we will not write it by here, we will write it by our Python. So how you write? Just write here R This what are p dot write, and right here is final. Okay, and the save and run it. So you can see here this thing has been written. But what does this W do? Basically, W used to create right. So if you write here anything different, suppose I'm writing here, this is my problem. Okay, you will see one thing that previous content has been deleted. So what we do for that? We will write here A append. That means that we add the things after that. Suppose I'm writing here now write here. And to run it, you will get things C. In the coding, again, this is my coding executor. Okay, that means what? If you write anything, add it. Okay, so these are all the things about the find handling. Okay, and there is the X. X is for only for creating if it is not exists. Okay. No, what are files? So we already know these are the things. We already see the things. Okay. So these are the syntax about the file handling that I will be taught. That is file equal to open this. Open function is very, very important. Open is for opening the paths. We have to write here the path means actual path that is in your computer or in your system. And then file are close. It is not mandatory. You can write or not. Okay. Now we open this SF content f.read in content. So that is basically printing the content. Means as a read function, I want to access the thing. Okay. Now after these things, there is one more concept that is the OOPS. What does OOPS? That is object oriented program. So here what we focus about the objects that there is class and objects. So just like there is a car. Okay. So car is a what? Car is just like a, you can say, class. Okay. And its object is what? The, you can say, the final product. And it is the, you can say, the blueprint. Just like in a class, there are many students, but student is a part of that. The student will be what? Object. So that's all about object oriented programming. So for understanding OOPS, first let us see what we are going to do in Python for training programs. So we use the imperative approach, that is A is equal to this, B, so add this. So this is very easy thing that we already done. So in this approach, we use the two variables and add them. One problem with this that we have to two other variable for adding. Okay. Suppose we are defining the function that A, we return this and giving the function like this. So it will go here and it will go there. So these things we already done. Okay. Here, the good thing we can add multiple numbers without using the multiple bracket. That means using the function it is telling about it. Okay. Now, what is OOP? So, our next approach is object-oriented programming approach. Here, suppose I'm writing a class addition and define int at cell A and B. Print is this. So, object is what? Addition of these things. What does this mean? This means that object-oriented programming system is a programming paradigm based on concept of objects. Means we will deal with the objects which can contain data and code matter. Okay. But we can say that it is basically a different topic and it may be tough for you, but no need to worry. We will learn many concepts just like encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, etc. Okay. So what are classes? So classes is what? Classes are like the blueprint that I already told for creating an object. Suppose you are designing something. Okay, that is the blueprint. That is not actual product. So that is basically the class for creating an object. Think a class like the blueprint of a house. Okay, it defines what the house should be like rooms, windows, etc. But does not build the house. An object is the actual house. Okay, just like you have an idea of robot. So that is basically you are thinking a class and building the final product. That is basically an object. You can say the actual thing. If you see the syntax of class, so just write the class and then name. Brand is equal to what? Toyota. So this is basically the creating of a class. In the same way, if suppose I am writing a class animals, species is what? Dog. They make sound, self. That is a method. We print the bar. Okay, these are basically you can say a next level from the DSA. Okay, DSA is you can say the level one and object-oriented programming is on the level two. So for that, for this, you have to concentrate very, very much. So let's see. So see how to initialize a class. So to initialize a class, just write the class. And writing the class, suppose I'm writing here student. Okay, just like the function you have to write. Okay, writing here suppose roll is equal to 90. Okay, I can also define a function for defining function like the diff in this inside this we will write green. Okay, and then we will write next and the selection. Okay, what does this means that whenever we create any class and we run that, it will run this whole code from this part to this part. Okay, just this. The result. So you can see it is saying yes, I am initialized. Now you maybe have a question that why this is not printing. This function is not called. If you want to call this function, then what you have to do? You have to write here student and then your function name. Now that's why okay, this will give you that you have to write here self. Why self? Because it will defining its own in a class. This is app as a method. Okay. And if you define this, it is app as an attribute. Means whatever thing you will write inside a class that will act. Now just let me watch. So you can see it's showing hello, how are you? And again it is showing yes, I'm initialized. That means what? That means when we are calling this thing, giving this. Okay. And this thing we get the first as because if we are running the first this one is get run. After that we find these things and it will go to the definition function and it is calling the fields. Okay. These are all about you can say the class. Okay. So just thing on that I have written here that is being type sound. Now the object. What does object so if you see a scenario, in the best example, if you see, suppose you are building a house. Okay. And you have thought like, yeah, in a house there will be two rooms, three, we can say three bedrooms, two kitchens. Okay. There is a parking slot. These are all about, you can say, the blueprint. Okay. This is not the actual product. This is the blueprint that you have thought that, yeah, this way it will be made. So this all comes under the class. Then what is object? So object is like when you are collecting the blueprint and make a final product, or you can say the product which is used by user. That is the object. So if you take an example here, if you better understand, if you see this example. Okay. Suppose in a bag factory. Okay. This recommends what? Materials, zips, and pockets for making a bag. Okay. So for understanding objects, first look at this example. You have a bag factory and the factory requires material of bags, numbers of zips. Okay. So this is the kind of blueprint. This whole thing is a what blueprint. This is the things which we need. So this kind of blueprint and using this blueprint, we make Reebok, Campus, and some other companies provide their documents and created their bags. Thus, these companies became the objects. And because this company wants the final product, who created their bags using these blueprints. Means what? Means what? The thing which we get by using this blueprint is basically what? That is our object. Okay. So object, creating an object is very simple. Just writing here the class. Okay. And then example fruit. It is the object we are creating. And now we want the name. Okay. So that's do the same thing. Suppose here I am writing here. So I am writing here name is equal to person. Okay. So this is what this is basically our class. Okay. Now for now we are just doing this. Okay. And now suppose we need n is equal to what? A object. So for that what we like? Student dot only student. So this become what? It become object. Okay. Now suppose I want to access this object. So what I will write? I will write n. Inside the object, I want need the name. So just run it. So okay, there is no function and I think so you can see the Pratham has been printed. So in this way we can do in many things. Suppose that's it. Suppose I'm just reading the things. Suppose I'm writing here name, role, and suppose I'm writing here the section is equal to okay. Okay. And where I'm giving suppose the detail is equal to we get the student. Now we want to print the details of a student. So what we write? We will write the detail dot. Suppose we want the name. Okay. Then detail of suppose we want the sex. Okay. So you can see here where the name has been given and here the section is. Okay. This is all about the class and blueprint and object is the final product. Okay. Now constructor. Constructor from the names you get to know what are constructor. Constructor means to construct an object. Okay. So see. Use of the last example where we created the materials resources. Okay. If we talk about a function, we can ask the user using the parameter, but in the class we can't have the parameter. For that we use a constructor. Just like the way in the object we see we have given the dot name and we access the things from the class. But we can't get access of the class because in blueprint we can't utilize or we can't change the blueprint. So for that, we use the constructor. So a constructor is a method that runs automatically when we call a class, and this constructor function will target the object. What does this mean? Let's see. So here we will first figure out this. Yeah. Okay. Now what we will do? We will do the con- constructor. Okay. So see how we will make it. So for constructor, what we need two things. That is, first is our class and second is our object. So let's create it. So class school. Okay. Now defining the function. Yeah. Okay. So what this self means? Self means what? This basically indicates the location. Okay. Location means what? Good understanding. Suppose it is your RAM. Okay. And your class is here. Okay. And suppose your object. So what this class will do? Class will save the location of this object in the RAM. So that's what self do. Okay, you better understand. Uh, just see these things. Okay. Suppose I'm writing here self, and inside this, suppose I am passing the name, role, and section. Three things I am given. Okay, and so this pass. Okay, before doing that, just doing the self, we will understand the things. And the self can't work with the object. So for that, we have to create the object. Suppose I'm creating a school, suppose giving a school SSCs. Okay. And here I'm giving the name of the student space. Go now 02 project students and section suppose three. Okay. And suppose another school that is you can say this. One. Okay. So these are all what? These are basically the object. Just see it carefully, then you will understand in better way. So these are basically the object. Now I'm fitting the cell. So see what will be our result. So you can see one thing that here two things coming. One is this number, another is this number. These are the location in my okay. So this all things is done by a class which takes or you can say which saves the location of a object. Okay. Now what we will do? Just write here cell dot name equal to what? Name. Okay. Wait. Cell dot role is equal to what? Role. And cell dot section is what? Is equal to section. Okay. These are all about the things. Now I have given the data. Here are the you can say all the data that will be saved. Okay. Now suppose we want to access the data or you can say we want to see the details. So for that, what we will do? We will just write here US dot so. Student object has no attributes. So there is an error that we haven't created the so function. Okay. So first of all, create the so function. Insert this is that the same. And then here. Now it will show. Yeah. You can see that the student name is Pratham and roll number is 2 of section M. So what does this mean basically? If you see this is basically what? Blueprint of a school. Okay. Which is in a systematic way. Yeah. It will take the name, role, section. And whenever it's just like, if you think like a university, there is a university. Okay. And all school or colleges are registered there by their name. So what does this mean? This means that here the school will give the names and it will get registered in the class. And whenever we call the function, just like I am calling here the self function of so, the details. So what this details come? Okay. So you can see here the details. Suppose I want the details of GHHS. Okay. GHHS. Okay. So the result, see, you can see here. Student name is Subham and role is what? SLB. Okay. These are what construct. Okay. So these are all things that how we write that is attribute. Attribute is just like the value. If we write inside the class, that become the attribute, and you can say method is the things that the function we write inside a class. Okay. Now there are type of attributes. It is also very important. So there is two type of attributes: class attribute and instant attributes. Instant attributes you can say that's like the object. Okay. So class attribute are normal variables inside a class is called an attribute that already I have told. Means if you initialize any variables, suppose if you see here, suppose I am writing here a is equal to 65. So this become the normal attribute. Okay. And one more attribute, instance attribute. Instance attribute is what? This is the instance attribute. You can say object or instance attribute. Name of object is the instance attribute that we write outside our. So you can see here the example like this. If you're writing inside it, then the class attribute, and if you're writing into the instance. Okay. Now, of methods. So, instant methods is what? And instant methods work with instance, or you can say object of the class. This method can access and modify instant, means you just have to define it, instant method, and just write your what. And then the class method. Class method is what? This method work with the class itself. It will not target the instance, but it will not target your object. We have to use class method decorator for creating the class method, and it takes class as the first parameter. So let's see. So now we will see about we have already told about the attribute. Now we will see about the class method or instance method. So instance method is what? You see here. Okay. Just forget the things. Let us get it. Suppose I am writing here a class of suppose animal. Okay. I am writing here name to the live. Okay. Now I am getting a function that is in cell. Okay. Method is what? That is the instance method. Means what? Means what? It will, you can say, direct the location of the object. Okay. We can write your tail dot h equal to h. And it is what? It is our instance attribute, whatever we call attribute moving inside the class, and instance attributes is what? Inside the instance method. Okay. Now, let's that is class method. Okay. Okay, there is some mistake in there. It is that you can say diet the location. Instance method is so let's see the instance method. That is what? That is def. You can say any function and you're calling it at cell. This is the instance method, which is basically focus on the directly on the object. Okay. Right here. Hmm. So no. Now, yeah, it is the main with class method. So class method is what? First of all, see the definition. It is a decorator, just like you are decorating your home, make it different. So the basic difference between an instance method and an class method is that in instance method it direct the location of an object, whereas in our class method it will direct to our class. Okay, नाम से पता चल रहा है क्या है? ठीक है. So let's see that. That is the class method. And I'm just starting here a function that is hello. So what does this mean? This means that we can't access our object through the class method. We can only access the things which are in our class. We can't access, I repeat, we can't access our object through the class method. Okay. Now, there's one more thing that is the statics method. So that is also the same way we write that is static method. And suppose I did static. Yeah. I'm static. Now, we want to create an object. So for that, I'm writing here object is equal to animal and passing the value the a suppose 12. So I'm writing here. So int dot so let's see this is or not. So you can see one thing that is the error, as because animal in it takes only one person argument, but two we are given. Here, okay, it's my mistake. Then it's okay. So see, one thing you will see. Let this comment out this time. Now you can see how are you and none. Why these things okay? So see, here hello how are you means it is showing this okay, and then it's showing about the none means the static method. Okay. Suppose in the why this null is showing as because here I have written the so, but I haven't created the function. Okay, that's why it's showing about the here. Okay, yeah, here I have to give the age, then it will not acceptable. Yeah, now it's all right. You can see here, hello, how are you? As because I am taking this so this will go here printing this thing. Okay. Now suppose if I am writing here, what is there? Okay, is hello. See that it's showing an error. That's because it takes an argument that is animal dot hello. Okay. Just write static method. So you can see it is showing under static method. Previously we get error as because there is interaction in the argument, and I have already told the only can access by the class only, not by the object, and we are trying to access it by the objects. That's why it's showing the error. Okay. So so these are allowed. Now the inheritance. That is the interesting topic. Again, you can see inheritance. What does this mean? This means that in general term, inheritance means property or any possession that comes to a heir. That means what? The property, suppose your father, just take for example, suppose your father has a tall height. Okay. And you as a son get this property from your father. So you will also become tall. Okay. Okay. So and the property that your father has will be go to you, but your property will not go to your father, isn't it? That means what? That means we get the things from the class to the objects. Okay. Now let's see. If you see this example, this old man properties is goes to this child. Okay. If you see in your environment, in surrounding, you will get to hear about this that this son is look like his father, his mother. So what does this means? This all comes under the inheritance where we get the property or we get the characteristics from our parents. That is the inheritance. But the vice versa is not possible here. Okay. So, but our Python has neither old man or child. The inheritance work where? If you have this type of doubt that our Python don't have this type of things. Then how inheritance work? It works within the classes. Suppose inheritance allows a class that is child class, inherit property and behaviors attributes from the other class. That is the parent class. So if you take the example like this, suppose this is the parent class. Okay, and it has some function. Suppose it can sum and multiply it, and it has two son. Okay, or you can say child class. So this child class has a property that they can do the sum and multiplication by their parents, and you can say other work by their own. Suppose he can do the division, okay, or and this son can do the, you can say, other operation, which this can't. Okay, so this is what the inheritance means. So there are some many things. That is the code usability. What does this means? Code usability means we have, suppose we have created a block of code, okay, and we have, we need some from this, so we can inherit here. Suppose again we have created something and we want these things here, so we will get means we don't have to write the code again and again. We can use the code that is the reusable, means we can reuse the things. Organized structure. Organized structure means we get the things in organized way. Easy to maintain, expand. That means what? We can easily maintain the things. Suppose these things we don't manipulate the things. That is the, you can say it is final thing. Okay. Assume it as a final. And we can't change that. We just use it and manipulate own in our other class. Or you can say in our child class. And it is our parent. It is also child class. Okay. Now, what is the syntax? So you can see the syntax is very simple. First of all, write here class, then parent, then define the, that is speak self. Self, why? Because we are indicating the objects. Okay. Now print I can speak. Now class child. Child is means taking the property from its parents, and parents property is this thing. Okay. These are the things. So let's see in the VS Code. Let's new file that is in heavy to provide. So before doing that, first of all, we have to write a class. Suppose I'm getting a class of father. I'm getting father class because it will be more easier to understand the things. Okay. So inside A is equal to I knowledge. Okay. Means that it is basically what? It is the attribute. The father attribute is saying that he has a good knowledge. Okay, no problem. Then the function. Function, suppose I am telling about the nature. The nature of father. Okay. That is just correct. Okay. Now suppose I am creating a class of a son. Okay. And here I am just writing here pass. That means what? The class will means not the class. The son will get everything from his parents. So for that we have to write here the father class also. So now son will get everything from his father class. So how can we understand that sense? Just write here. Suppose I'm writing the son name as a Pratham. Okay. Is equal to son. Calling the function. Okay. Now suppose if I'm printing the Pratham dot nature. I want to print the nature of Pratham. So what will be his nature? His nature will be same as its father. Okay. So let's Samara just nature. Okay. So Samara or we can write here self because otherwise it will not direct to the class. Now also. Yeah. So you can see good nature. So you can understand from these things. I'm not character of the son, but it takes the property from its father. That is what the inheritance is. Okay. Now suppose if I'm writing inside the son, suppose I'm writing here, I'm just defining a function. Suppose dave, starting over here, in good player. Okay, just for example, I'm writing. So suppose I'm writing a character of a son is a good player. So can the father take the character from the son? Not possible. So let's see that. Suppose writing here F1 to be father object. Suppose I want to print the father dot game function. Okay, now let's see. If you see here, the type father has no attribute game. As because father has no attribute game because he is son only. So it means that the son can take the characteristics from their parents, but the parents can't take the characteristic from their son. That is the normal scenario that we see. So I just for explain the thing I have shown this. But if I write here, suppose I'm writing here Pratham dot girl. And then see the things. Okay. I have to have question. Now you can see good player, good character. Now you may have a doubt that why none is coming. As because whenever we calling a function, none, that is the nature of a Python. Okay. Now, here is also the constructor in inheritance. And what is constructor? I already explained the things. So let's create a parents with a constructor function inside it and then class inherited by another class. Okay. Let's see now VS Code. So comment out the things. Let's see. Suppose we are I am listing an animal class. Now I am seeing about the constructor in is how we construct the things in a class and access by the you can say the child class. Okay. So for that I have to indeed in it cell. Here we will not pass the things. It is the cell and you write here the name. Okay. And that is cell dot name will be equal to name. Okay. Now I am declaring a function that is two function. This will the so I have created a constructor. Here is the constructor. The constructor inside inheritance and here writing a function that is the show function. Okay. Now let's create a parent not parent at the child, because parent always created a child, which will inherit the things from the parent class. So just like here, this is the, you can say, the child class. Okay. This animal class is what? What is the parent class? Okay. Now, what we will do here? We will pass the things now. So I'm writing here person one is equal to human and writing here name as children. So what this means? This means that the person one is the object. It will take the things from the human. But if you see here, human has no any attribute. So what will this do? Human will go to his parent and take his characteristics and do the things. So let's see what do we do. So person one dot say constant. So you can see your name is Subham is showing here. That means what? This is okay. One more example also. So I'm taking an animal is equal to human lion. But not so. So you can see your name is lion. Okay. So in this way we can do the things by using the constructor. Okay. So these are the things that I have shown. Now the types of intelligence with a single instance, that is all instance we saw above the single level. Okay. Multiple instance where there will be two parents classes and one child classes, and the child class will inherit all the attributes and methods of both the parents. Okay, what does this mean? If you see this example, it is very, very important example. It is class father, class mother. So father is coding and mother is cooking, and the child is taking the father and mother characteristic. If I have the multiple skill, that is what? That is example of multi-level. If you see this example, that is grandparents, that is 8 age, parents, grandparents, this, in this. Okay. So let's see the things. So let's see about the multi-level inheritance. We're taking the same example. So it will be more easier if you take the example from the suppose I am writing here the class of father. Okay. Depending on their skill. Writing of print coding. Okay. And suppose writing of mother class is skill teaching. Okay. Now class 12 has the both the property of father and also of the mother. Okay. The father. Now suppose the surname is Rowan is going to son. Okay. Now I want to know about Rowan skill. You can see it's showing that. Okay. It's not taking the things. Okay. Okay. We don't have to write here about the function. Did you directly understand the thing? Then you can see here that is the coding and teaching. The this is basically the mother is the parent and father is also the parent. So in this example, you can see that a child, Rohan, can take the both the properties, coding and teaching from his mother and father. That is the multi-level inheritance. Okay. This is all about now. Morphism basically means that the has poly means what? Poly means many and morphism means forms. That means what? That the method that has many forms. Okay, there are some polymorphisms that is the overloading. So we will see it in our code. So let's see that. That is polymorphism. So just create a file. Polymorphism. Okay. So see here. Hope that we need a class. Suppose I'm taking a class. Okay. We need a class. Suppose I'm taking an animal class. I'm writing a div. So if I will write the same function. Okay. Going to okay, I'm writing is to get understanding that which one is getting. I'm writing the another class that is our child class, which take the inherit from the animal class. Okay. It also will so okay. So let's see. First of all, see this. What does this means? So as usual, animal class is our parent class, human class is our child class. That's things we already know that is. And CLP is indicating about the objects. So now we have to class the make it the object will get on. Okay. So see what polymorphism means. Polymorphism is they have the means name same but function is different. What does this means? If you see here that is the def what so and hence also def so and both the method is same but you can see the function is different. Here it is citing the animal class, reading in the human class. Suppose I'm writing here, suppose writing here 2. Just for example, I will say why I'm writing this. Just see the things. Writing here 2 and now I'm creating an object. Okay. Object of what? Object for my human class. Okay. And now I want to show my human. So what do you think? What will it say? Because in my object class has there is a mistake. Object has the property of the class. Object has a property of the class. Which class? Human class. And human has a property of animal class. So directly we can say that object has the property of animal class. So our output. So you can see it is saying I am human class. Now just write here. So this will indicate what? This will indicate to animal class. Let's see that also. So you can see it is saying I am the animal class. That means what? It in the human class, then it take the property from animal. Now, suppose I am writing the name same. Okay, I'm writing here. So is our result. Just think it once. If I'm writing here so and both the value, both the function is so function. So which one will get printed? The answer is this one, human class. Then you are absolutely right. Just see this. So you see, I am in human class. Why this happening? Because this follows the overriding. What this overriding means? Overriding means this function is overridden by this class. Means this gone and this came. That means what? In Python, what means in Python basically when we are calling a function, if the name are same, then the later one of the function becomes the prominent one and it's get printed. I think you are getting the point. Suppose if I'm giving an example here, just just so what does I say? If suppose there is a function, suppose a function of so, okay, and suppose there is a function, and again the function is there, and there is a function, and we, if I'm calling this so function, okay, so this so function will call to this one, not to this one. This is the concept of overriding. It may come in your exam or in the interview. What you have to say? Overriding means if we have the two classes and we have the same function, so the later one function will be the prominent one and that will give out the result in the function call while we calling the function having the same name in the both classes. That is what? That is the overriding, and overriding comes under the polymorphism. Polymorphism means what? Polymorphism is a method, or you can say is a type in object-oriented programming where we focus on the same name but the function are different, and overriding is showing about the prominent one which comes later on in a class. Okay, so this is all about overriding. Okay, so we can say now duck typing. What this the duck? From the name, I think you get the point. That is duck typing. Means Python follow the philosophy that if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it must be a duck. Just like normal, if a animal is of four legs and he barks, then it is a dog. Just like that. So if you say here class duck, diff talk, that is quack. In the same way, class human talk like a so print hello. In the speak function, we don't care if a duck or human. We only care the object has a talk method. That means what? We have to focus with what type of talk is this. Okay. Let's see that in the VS Code. So for now, just forget about this thing. Basically, the this topic is not necessary. It is in our syllabus. So let's do the so suppose I am defining not defining. Suppose the human method define so so now I'm getting another class that is suppose I'm looking at animal. So now suppose I'm creating an object. I'm getting an object human, okay, and I'm creating an object to for animal. What does this mean? That the property of an animal will be inherited by the object and the class of human by the object. And animal is for object. Now let's see. Object dot show object two dot. So you can see it's saying I'm the human because first object is the human, the second object is the animal. This is what it is. Okay. Now encapsulation. Encapsulation means what? Encapsulation means just like the you can see the capsule where the you can say the medicines are encapsulated inside a tablet. That is the meaning. Means putting the data variable and code function together in one place inside a class. Okay. It also means hiding the internal details. Suppose this is basically a box and there are many secret things are there and only you can see from the outside. So this is what that is the encapsulation of your item. Okay. So the function are there that is it keeps the data safe from being changed by mistake. Suppose if you have created something about a class and you don't want anybody to change that thing. So for that you can keep the data safe. Second is what? Second that it makes your code clean and easy to use. That anybody can use and it is makes your code clean and it gives control over what others can access or change. Okay, you can give access that whether a person can change or not. Able to change or not. Okay. Now, access modifiers in Python. Access modifier means how we give access of our attributes and methods to the object or created classes. There are three types. Let's see one of them. It is a public attribute. Public from the name we can understand that it is a public. That means every class and object can access no matter what the things are there. Then the protected. Protected means what? That is protected using a underscore but still can be accessed from the outside the class. So you might wonder what's the point of using them. Okay, the Python does not enforce protected access like others, even though it's Java, C++. That's why C++ is more protective language compared to Python. And then the private. Private from the names you are getting the thing that it cannot be accessed from the outside the class. Only from inside the class it can be accessed. Okay. So if you see here, there's some example is there, just like self name, public member, that is public. Self.age. Age is 21, that is the protected, and self.salary is private. As because I am writing here, the self that is public, protected, private. So this is the example you can say of the all the encapsulations. Now let's see in the VS Code how we will do the things. So just come down to this. So what we have seen, we have the public class, then protected and the private. So first of all, see about the public class. Public class means that we are using. Just remove the ones. Yeah. Now, see. Suppose I'm creating a class. Suppose in the name we give just a name. Game name and just I'm writing here. Post name becomes to yeah. Okay. Dave. Yes. Now, suppose I want to access. So just write here object name. Okay. And I want object dot so run it. So you can see is giving the output, hello, I am the public, and the name function. So that is, it is basically the public function class, you can say, not the function, public class. This is the public function or method. Okay. Now the question is that how to make it protected. So basically in Python, nothing is, you can say, protected. Okay. Just for example, if you are thinking that if I give here this name and write just so like underscore and still you can access the thing. Just write here this. You can see we are accessing the things. So this always written here that, but it is not protected access. Okay, means it don't have any protected access like other, but it uses by naming the conversion to table developer. Means suppose we are developing something and you want it to be protected, so you just mention the things like this so that the other developer can understand the things. Okay, this can be the protected things, but it can be accessed easily. And last one, that is a private. So private is good. Private means where we have to write here double underscore. Here we have to give double underscore. Now just try to access the thing. Error. Just now you can see name has no attribute to show as because it is protected. Okay, there is a different private. Okay, private is what? Private is we can't access the things, and protected, you can say protected is same like the public class for Python only, not for Java, C++. There are high level language. For Python, our protected and public are same. Only the private show the privacy, which we have seen here. By giving the double spot, this become the private attribute. Okay. Now, abstraction. So what is abstraction? So abstraction does not exist in Python. Okay. We can achieve it using a library. We use it. Let's see. Okay. Abstraction is used in very complex systems. These are the things. Abstraction basically, you can say the class that contain more or more abstraction method. Just like in this example, from AB, import AB, abstract method. In this way, we can say the things just like class AB, abstract class. So this is not that much of important in Python. Okay. If you are studying about the C++ or in Java, then it will be beneficial for you. But in Python, it is not much more use. Okay. Now, that is Dundon method. So Dundon method are the special method in Python that starts and ends with double underscores like double dash init, double dash str, double dash etc. They automatically gets called when you perform certain action on an object. They help you to customize behavior of your class, make your class object behave like built-in data types like strings. These things we already see. Okay. If you see here, you get the things. Yeah, we have already see the things. You can see this. This is the this we have already seen. See double spot. That is the okay. So there is no special thing about the double method. Okay. Now there is advanced stuff, which is you can say different from the coding. Up to this, you can say up to you can say yeah, up to encapsulation, it is enough for your school as well as for colleges. Okay, and these are basically the advanced stuff. That is the you can say dictionary set combinations, lambda. This is not needed for your schools as well as for your college. Now, after doing this much of thing, I want to build, or you can say, I want to teach you how to build a project based on this. Okay, so let's see our code. So first of all, I will read about the review. So first, we will create the bank management system. Okay, what does this means? This means that just like in the bank, so just like in bank, what is there? That is first the bank account. Okay, then it's our deposit money. And third is withdrawal money. Fourth one is what detail of user. Fifth one, we can update our name, that is the update details. Six, that is just like delete the item. So these are the features that we will see. And one more thing that we will link of the database, but not the actual data. We will use the JSON. Okay, that is JavaScript object notation, where our all data will be saved. So let's see. So put down and create a project file. We have so thanks for that's why I ran the port directly. So now we have to change uh, you have to take the book from user and the rest of it. Okay. So let's confirm one. Then we will find some of the two. So don't focus on this if on the setting as just like we'll do later on about this. First, we have to import something. Start with the first. So that after that, we have to create a class. Then that will be that if you will. This way we will create a class of that where our function will not getting the things. Then in same way we have to then so just like deposit the money. We will declare our database that we will use the data dot JSON that we have created. We have created dummy data for that data is of this child if the database the exists. The main function open dot database and equals that. So basically this will take along that if our database exists, that is the JSON file exists, then we will load the data and do our operation. Okay. And else suppose it is not, then we will print the new touch. Okay. Also we have to accept the exception. Yeah, right. Okay, I will print. Okay. This is the exception case that we have to handle. Now, now the most important that is class method. The project that I am building basically focusing on the goods concept and on the database. If you find any difficulty, then no need to worry. Just how I am building the things. When I was the beginner, then at that time I was also the same person like the you who is unable to understand things, but I always try keeping and I'm trying, and then I get the thing. So you also have to do the same thing. So here I'm writing here double score just to make it the private so that no one can except the authorized people. So see I'm written the code here just like the class method where you can update, then the generate where you can generate your you can say your choice, then create account. Here you have to tell your name, age, email ID, phone number, screen, and here to check whether it is getting or not. Then the deposit where you will deposit the money. Okay, please. And before depositing, you have to tell your PIN and account number. After that, it will check whether the user has the same account number, has the same PIN. After verifying, it will otherwise it will return the false. Then it will ask how much that amount should be greater than 10,000 of the account to be less than 10, greater than 10,000 and it's between the zero. Okay. Now it will see the things. Now withdraw money is also the same logic. Only the difference is that the balance would be greater than the amount which you want to you can withdraw. Okay, then show the details. Okay, these are the things that you can write. Okay, I will write the important line, that is how we can check the things. Okay, let's see. Create an object that is user, and you will take the thing from the class. Done. Okay. Now, if check is equal to 1, then user have account. Okay. Now, if check is equal to 2, then user can deposit the money. Okay. To take this equal to 2. So then user uh, product equal to 4. So, yeah, so we can 5. User can update the details. Okay. And if so, we equal to 6, then user can delete next account. Okay. These are all the cases. Now, we have to create that about the, you can say, for accessing the money or calculating the account. Now just run it and see our final output. Run it. So you can see here they're asking about this one for creating or creating, so I'm using one for creating. They're asking the name. Just here. We asking the age, right the age, email ID. You can see it's actually. Now let's see whether it's getting the database or not. Going to see here. So it's the name, that is code Vitas, age this, image this, and pin code is this, and account number is this. So it is working properly, and it also gets saved to our data. Okay. Now let's run it for a second. Okay. And now, if suppose I want to deposit something, just click on to. So it's asking to account number. So what's our account number? Let's see. You can see account number is this. So just write the things. For privacy purpose, or given the account number like this, we can write that in easy way also. Okay, asking pin, so pin is 258. So how much you want to deposit it? Suppose I want to deposit 2,000. So account is deposit. Now you can see here balance becomes 2,000. So that means it is properly working. If you need the source code, then you can get it from my GitHub. Hope you guys enjoyed and learning something from this. Keep learning, keep exploring, and thanks for giving this much amount of time in learning the Python. Thanks for watching and keep exploring. this is the last part of my video. If you find this video helpful, then don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to my channel. I hope that you will understand something from these tutorials. And if you want to get more things, then only you have to do practice and practice, because in coding, nothing can be learned, only it can be understand. And by doing practice, you can get the things more. So keep learning, keep exploring, and thanks for watching.